Testing. Okay, there we go. I was just saying, it looks like I'm a little late to the party here. This dip by could have been a nice long, but man, feeling just a little late to the party. Trying to be patient here. Last night wiped away my week's P&L. Well, I was a little antsy getting back in my office, you know, ready to trade. And last night I was getting chopped up. So anyway, hit my max daily loss last night. So trying to be patient this morning. You guys having a good week so far? Yeah, I sure did. Feeling like hopping in long right here was the move. It's a 80 point move that I trying to be patient on and get confirmation, and then, you know, feels a little late now. So sometimes trying to be patient makes you hesitant. Pull the trigger. Yeah. Not looking to get slapped today. Got a pretty big week of just making sure I hold on to my profits. Last night, you know, trading after hours is not great. And you know, I was kind of anxious just to get back to trading, and then you know, start taking the wrong setups, and then you get on tilt. I'm gonna try short here. Giving a shot, low size. was just seeing a rejection off this top area, you know, with pretty decent size orders. So let's see if this can get held up, then it'll be a quick stop out for me. But we have been seeing kind of, well, this is looking pretty grindy, you know, to be quite honest. But we have been seeing a lot of these where we come up, we do a nice big push, followed up with volume, and then get a rejection and immediately start falling down. So I'm trying a short, and if this doesn't work here, be a quick stop out, and then probably just a shift in direction to continue going long. Yeah, looking like this would be a quick stop out for me. Yeah, this is going to be a tough one to jump on. Unless we get a nice pullback. Looking like we might have a trend day. How's y'all's week shaping up? Your trading week? Y'all had some nice hits? Super low size, but the trade's been good. Nice, man. What about you over there, Cupid? How have the trades been? I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. Not trading. Okay, copy that. Just watching, huh? Also, Cupid, I know you're trying to probably manage your risk. You might consider trading on the sim, just to essentially keep you warm, you know, so you're not building up more pressure when you do trade. This is unfortunate, y'all. Kind of, you know, feel like because we didn't run up overnight, I was anticipating that we were going to go long, and unfortunately, just I was kind of setting stuff up this morning. I was a little late getting here, so this trade right here, I would have taken. This rejection on this large order. Large orders here, value area high. This is an ideal trade for me. Buy it and hold it. Damn. About 100 points so far, but you know, no use having FOMO. Looks like, you know, unfortunately the way it's going is like, all right, we got our highs over here. Let me drop to the hourly. We got our highs over here that's pretty congested. And then, you know, potentially another drop. And so it looks like we might have some time until we have another drop. I don't know, at some point we might have to anticipate getting out of this pattern of driving up, dropping, driving up, dropping. Has been very, very consistent. All right, so looking at these low volume nodes for potential pullback areas. Taking a look at the 1 hour, 4 hour, daily, and weekly, these all look nice and bullish. No pullback yet on this hourly. We have this big fair value gap. So I'm wondering, you know, we could invert this, or, you know, watching this 50%, about 25, 125. 25, 125 is a potential either short target or pullback to take long. Let's see if we start seeing some weakness up here. I'll mark that out, 25, 125. Right around here. I'm going to try another short here. going right into this heavy buying area, not ideal. If we invert it, it would be great, but looking as though right now it's being protected. Pretty heavy volume. I kind of hate the position we're in right now, where we have this nice run up, looks like a trend day, and now trying to catch pullbacks to short. Hoping we can come back down to this area, 25,198 ish. Obviously, you can see there's once it comes down to this area, it's being the bid's being lifted pretty quickly. If we can get here's my thought on the higher time frame. If we can get that dip that goes back into that fair value gap, there's quite a bit of room from here to there. It's just we're going against the grain, so we got to be careful about trying to take too many shots at it. It's looking like this is continue to go higher. And you know, this idea might just be a little risky for where we are right now with all these buys over here. Might need to wait for a little bit more confirmation. The problem is, I think that when this starts moving down, it's going to move down pretty quickly. So I'd like to, the ideal scenario is catching it at the top, but it's going to be a little risky. I've already taken 2 losses trying to go short on this trend, so I need to make sure I'm chill. But if we do come down and invert this right here, it could continue moving down, I think, to this gap that I have. This is the midpoint of the hourly fair value gap. I think that we could get a quick retrace down to that area. Yeah, so here it's looking like, you know, we could get that move that I was looking for, but still seeing it picked up right here. So I don't know, there might, the move might be to flip my mindset and go long and go real small. I'm gonna put 1 on. I'm gonna put my stop down here, and I'll add if it comes down here. I want to see it protected here. definitely one of those scenarios where it looks like we're getting a little bit exhausted up here. But on trend days, you know, a lot of times the move is when you're looking exhausted, just go long. Of course, you guys know my natural inclination is to go short here, but I got burned on it twice. I'm gonna flip, and hopefully we get a nice squeeze here in a minute. If we come down to around 25,200, I'll add. Went ahead and added there. Got some sellers stepping in right now. Let's see. You know, my original idea was that this was going to invert this area and potentially keep going down to here. Let's see. Looking weak, continuing to look weak here. Not a lot of defense happening around here, so and the takeaway for me is if this starts going weak, that means that I was getting, so that last trade, at least my stop out was, probably just need to make sure my stops are wider. Continued selling down here. Yo, good morning, Max. Is it FOMC meeting minutes today? Is that what it is? Good, man. How you doing? Yeah, it's the meeting minutes at 12 p.m. Okay, nice. Where are you going? Where are you headed, Max? This might be a trade. I don't know. Maybe I'll hold it for a couple more minutes. But if it keeps having trouble up here and looks like it's going to continue pushing down, I might get out early. Was hoping we'd bounce here pretty quickly. Nice. No, I didn't catch the open spike. I was a little late getting to the computer, but I was, in hindsight, This trade right here, bouncing off this 25,145, was an ideal setup for me that I missed, unfortunately. So now the question is, are we trending for the day, or are we finding some weakness, and are we gonna retrace back into this range down here? I took a stab short over here. I got stopped out. So anyway, I was open to both ideas. Coming back down to this hourly fair value gap we got below us. Yeah, I liked the setup, but I was unfortunately I was just a little late setting up my computer and everything. So it was kind of like around here when I was looking at this, and I was like, damn, I missed that. And then saw all this green volume come in as kind of confirmation, but at that point I felt like we could get a V-shaped reversal after this, because we've been seeing quite a bit of that. That was good, man. It was good. You know, hung out with Lacey's family, helped them, you know, move some stuff and set up their technology, and you know, very, very minimal trading, which was good. But I did wipe my progress last night when I got back to my office. I was a little antsy to start trading, so I hit my max loss on my accounts last night. So that's why I'm trading this account, and I'm copying to my futures desk account, but keeping it small today. Because last night I was antsy and taking stupid setups. Yeah, man. Looks like we might be building a range here, a little consolidation. I was hoping this was just going to be a quick pullback, and then, you know, pretty heavily supported down here so that we could push up and squeeze. But it's looking like we're having a little trouble on the top end. If this starts picking up some velocity, that would be fantastic. Otherwise, looks like this might be a trade I'm stuck in holding for a bit. If that's the case, I might just try and exit at the top of the range. Thought process on this was, you know, essentially if we're trending up for the day, you know, taking that pullback where it's starting to look really weak. We had high volume here and still had support, which was confirmation because I was in a little bit earlier than that up here, and then added down here. But you know, the concept is pretty simple. If we're trending, wait for a dip where we're looking exhausted, take it long. Came back to this fair value gap. Initially, I was thinking, okay, well, this could be weak. We could be coming back all the way down here, and I could trade this pullback short, but I got stopped down on it a few times, so I decided to just quickly try and shift my mindset by getting in long, small, and then adding down here. So the trade I'm in right now is essentially, you know, a trend trade. And if you're looking at this from a, you know, this would probably be like a 12 EMA coming back down to like a 20 EMA. Like a deeper dip on a trend line. Yeah, that would be cool if everybody was posting in Discord. You know, if they had their trade of the day or whatnot. Usually, it's if I catch my trade of the day, I'll usually post. But since I'm streaming, I don't know. Streaming is kind of my work. When I get done with work, sometimes it's tough to do more work. Not too much movement here on this this delta. Kind of staying stagnant here. Yeah, copy that, Max. Everybody else pocket. Yeah, it would be cool to put for everybody to post their setups for sure. I'm watching this right now to see, like, I don't like this kind of indecision right here. I'd like to see a little bit more aggressive buying, or else I'm anticipating that we're kind of stuck in a range. So let's see if this can pick up. If not, I might consider closing out up here. Not super interested in kind of holding through like if we meander until 12 p.m. FOMC minutes. I prefer being out and just waiting. See if we get some follow through up here. I'm probably just going to trail my stop. Yeah, I'll take it. So now, let's watch and see what we do in this range. We could just be going back and forth until 12 p.m. And if that's the case, probably just want to wait until 12 p.m. to start looking at what price is doing. I'm also just looking down here at this cumulative volume delta, and seeing that we're not really having the aggression that I want to see. Also, we're at the top end of the range. If you look at the past few days, you can kind of see what happens is after this drive up, you get this like kind of stalling out and then a hard drop, and that's what this hard drop has been doing in the morning, but we're kind of flip-flopped a little bit where we're driving up during the day. So I'm seeing the top end of this cumulative volume delta and thinking, it's not carrying on the aggression. Up here after this big move. So it kind of just anticipating that we could be going back and forth for a little bit, and eventually we could have a hard drop or something like that. And want to protect what little profits I can sort of generate through base hits. Just to talk a little bit more about what I'm looking for as I'm looking at these delta candles, I'm usually keying in at these areas, these light blue bars, and that's telling me where the highest amount of volume has been traded, just like on a volume profile. And I'm looking for whether price is below or above these bars. Up here, what you can see is at the very top of the price, we had that big buy that showed up right here. So we got this blue bar that showed up right here, and then you see price start sinking under it, and then we got another bar here, and price is sinking under it. Another bar here, price is sinking under it. So what that's telling me is there could be potential, roofs being put on price to where you have sellers sitting here, sellers sitting here that are keeping price below these high volume areas. And while it might just be temporary, I like looking at these patterns to tell me which side is momentum on. Right down here, you've got these bars that are below price, and so momentum is going, to the long side because price is staying above these bars. And this is kind of an elementary way of looking at it, but if you think about it, whether these prices are sells or buys, heavy sells or heavy buys, it kind of doesn't matter. I mean, it does matter because you want to understand, but if you're doing a quick look at these delta bars, a really quick sort of analysis doesn't matter if these are buy or sell. What matters is there's a lot of volume happening here and price is rejecting away from it to the long side. Price is going to the long side after all of these heavy volume areas. So if it's a buy area, think of it as absorption. If it's a heavy sell area, think of it as absorption and rejection. And if it's heavy buy, think of it as acceptance. Prices being accepted at these higher prices. Whereas up here, price is being rejected. If it's on the buy side, it's being absorbed, and if it's on the sell side, it's being accepted. So hope that makes sense. That's kind of what I'm looking for. And as you can see, like when we're bouncing around in a range, at the top end you'll have absorption on the high end, and then at the bottom end you'll have either absorption on the sell side or acceptance on the buy side. So quick sort of a quick take on taking a look at these delta bars and analyzing what's going on without having to dig in super deep to the orders. Additionally, I'm also looking at this summary area. Think about this as like a more detailed volume, if you're looking at a volume histogram. So looking back, you can see this area right here is really high trades, really high volume, just based on the color. And that was exactly where this dip happened, that had a bunch of sell orders on the bottom of it and then got rejected to move up. So if you're going to take a trade, it's like looking at these areas where you have a lot of volume coming in, and then either price rejecting or accepting is kind of, what you want to be looking for. You're looking at these delta candles. All right. Something interesting is happening right here. This to me looks like it could be setting up to go to the bottom of the range. Potentially. Let's see what happens here if we keep falling away from this area. looks like we kind of got some drama, you know, just probably going to be ranging until 12, unfortunately. But really, you could see that here. Like, look at the relative strength just kind of continue to die down as we get into this consolidation area. Fortunately, just doesn't, volume's just kind of, you know, swaying back and forth. Looking like, you know, again, this is unfortunately we're just kind of in the middle of the range, you know, to take this short down to here, but looks like it might work out. Oh, another thing I want to make sure I do at some point today is I've got a $200 credit for the futures desk. And I want to figure out how I can give it out to you guys. If you guys have any ideas of what would be fair, let me know. We could either do like a random thing, or we could do like some sort of competition. You know how fun would that be? If we had a private match with just us in it, not me, but you know, everybody else, and if that was the deciding factor, that would be a hell of a lot of fun. But unfortunately, you'd probably murder everybody, and that's, I mean, if there was some sort of level playing field, man, that would be a way to do it for sure. I'm liking this kind of back and forth that we have going on. You can see we got double orders here, and just looking to take scalps right now. Yeah, man. Uh, but yeah, I mean, we need to figure out something. So far, this is just kind of looking like we're rounding or kind of rolling over. Not a lot of pushes to the upside. We've got this one and this one. Which, could lead me to believe that we might have some business on, to reach at lower prices before we start bouncing. Kind of looking relentless here. Probably going to push through my stop, and maybe we do reach for these lower prices here. I'm going to wait and see if I can catch a move after whatever this is. Whatever's happening here is done. Big sells coming in. not supposed to be there. It's looking like this is going to end with some violence, right? Like a flush. Heavy volume. We're tapping that 25,175. Let's see. Looking for a shift right here. We got heavy selling going on, consistent selling going on, and so looking for some sort of anomaly, you know, coming back down here and seeing a bunch of absorption with a lot of volume, and then a shift in the way that orders are coming through. If we do, I like this. I like taking it long. I'm not seeing the shift yet. We got VWAP down here as well. This could be also, if you're looking at the hourly, let me pull that over. This could be the beginning of a reversal candle. 11 a.m. comes in and inverts this. Let's see. Looking heavy so far. Okay. Let's see what happens here. I'm gonna give that a shot. Going long. I'm gonna put my stop underneath this 50% Fibonacci. Actually, you know what? I think I can tighten it up. If we fall out of this area, then I'll re-enter. But I'm looking for this to be my protection. Let's see how we handle this area. I guess right around 25,200. You can see this is kind of, we're getting these pairs of large sell orders and large buy orders. This is that first area we're watching. See, are we staying inside this gap, and are we staying below this cluster? At that 25,200 level here, looks like we've kind of got some momentum to push and squeeze. Probably just take out my full position here. All right, this is pulling back just a little bit. I don't want to see it come back under the low of this candle. I'm going to take some essentially order flow scalps. You know, it's revisiting this gap. Just don't know if essentially this was a pullback to continue going short, or if this is the point where we are potentially reversing to stay within this range or potentially take these highs. Looking like this could just be a pullback to continue going long. But, you know, considering all of this kind of price action here, just not sure yet. Yo, let's go. Let's get some small baby base hits, you know? Looking like this could be a pullback, continue long, either to the top of the range or something like that. So I'm gonna pull over the higher time frame candles here so we can take a look. You know, one of the so looks like it could be bullish, but also looking at this wick, we could anticipate that this is the top of the wick of this hourly candle forming for a potential move down into this area. So and if that happens, we'd probably anticipate that it's not going much higher than around here. You know, about half of that wick, the previous candle wick. So let's see, right around here, we could if this hourly candle is going to start moving lower, this would be the area where we would be looking probably up to like maybe potentially like 215 would be the high of that hourly candle, and then we might anticipate that it starts dropping. So where is the open? 194. Of the hourly candle, right? So right here, or that's the open. looking like we're having some trouble up here. I'm gonna take a stab. You know, this is a higher time frame, essentially reversal. I'm anticipating. Stop will go up here above these orders. So again, like, just to pull up the higher time frame, anticipating that this hourly candle was a potential beginning of a reversal, and then this candle not the wick high of this candle not reaching higher than 25,215, which is, you know, around 50% of this wick. And if you know, if we're wrong, then what can we anticipate? This 4-hour candle potentially, or this 1-hour candle, you know, going for these highs, U29. So let's see, we get stop, or if this momentum stops around here or here is what I'm looking for. 215. We also got the point of control here within the volume profile on the high end of the volume profile, which a lot of times can indicate with confluence that, you know, we're heavier on the top side, which is can potentially end up being a reversal. Now, of course, it could be just dead wrong. I'm taking this higher time frame trade a little with anticipation, not a lot of confirmation so far. We did have some weakness, looked like it was setting in here, but now we've kind of broken through that, so that's kind of one strike against this trade here. This area, I'm watching this. Do we pop through this? And if we pop through this, probably looking like this idea is wrong. This is kind of the area I don't want to see it go past. Only thing promising I'm seeing so far is here. It's not an insane amount, but looking like we're rejecting from these highs after these kind of heavy buy orders came in. These are, you know, both on the buy side, and you can see there's a lot of imbalance up here. Prices falling from that area. So the only thing working aside from the higher time frame levels that I took this off of, that's working for the trade so far. Now let's watch up here where it previously got rejected. Do we see the same thing? Yo, what's up, Max? Hey Max, by the way, I was saying I have a $200 credit for the futures desk to give away to the group. I just got to figure out how we want to do it, and if you guys have suggestions, let me know. Random or competition, math competition, spelling bee, whatever. Oh damn. Cool. We get to chill for a little bit. Yeah. I think, yeah. I'll let you guys decide. We can do a random draw or however you guys want to do it. Looking like this might squeeze me out. And the idea might have to flip it. Might be going long on that higher time frame candle. Looking like we passed that 50%, and looks like this could be a continuation move long. You're funny, man. Better just random? Okay, cool. That's cool with me. I'll probably do it at the end of the stream today. I wonder if this is going to work out now that it stopped me out. Let me check. I'm gonna try again. Try again here. Damn, that would be cool. Poker for it? That would be cool. That would be sick, actually. If you guys can figure out how to do that, like online or whatever, that would be fun. Looks like this idea might just have to be benched. We don't start falling from this area real quickly. Looking like it's not going down. Yeah, I could do that. I could do the Wheel of Shame. Yeah, I'm on YouTube. I should be, Max. Yeah. Yeah, you can hop over on YouTube, Adam. This is going to squeeze. Man, wrong side of that one. Wrong side of that one. Yeah. Yeah, bulls are strong so far. See what kind of retracement we can get. Looking pretty damn strong. I don't know if we're going to get a deep retracement. There's been a lot of kind of just watching for me today, unfortunately. On these long moves. That's okay. I'm in a bit of a timeout today. it starts getting a, I guess I'll talk about it again. Just when payout time is about to hit, it's can be another one of those stress triggers, where it's like you have your expected timeline, you're going to get paid, and you're basically trying to take the minimum amount of time that you can take that payout and make sure you hit it. And mentally, it can be one of those things that triggers you into not trading well, because if you lose, you want to make up for it and make sure that you get your payout, and it can make everything fall apart. So my goal this week is to make sure that doesn't happen. Yeah, I know. Can't be green every day, so you got to be able to take those L's, and cool. But talking through it helps me, because otherwise it's like I got a subconscious need to get the payout, and then I trade as though my life depends on it, instead of like recognizing, okay, here's a potential pitfall that can happen this week. I can be too antsy, not willing to accept losing trades, trying to fix it immediately. I don't know if you guys do that, but I tend to. Having a red trade, and then let's say you're green all day. Let's say you're like up $700 or something like that, and then you take one losing trade. Say it's like a negative $150, negative $200 trade. Having the desire to fix it, even though it's such a like $150 off of 700, you're still up $550. Like it shouldn't be a big deal. But it's when you have that mindset of I need to fix it and I need to fix it now, that you can get yourself in trouble. Decent pullback here. Is this the time we do a V-shaped reversal? I think I have to enter long here, because basically none of my shorts have been working out. Yeah, that's a good way to combat it, Max. 2 red trades, you're done for the day. Still looks like we're coming down. Hopefully this isn't the V-shaped reversal. We also just got an adjustment on this volume profile. Let's see, I'm gonna go to the higher time frame chart, see if we can get a good area to target. This is looking like we could potentially expand up for a sort of one-to-one. See what we got here. We got like, let's call it 100 points. $290. Probably pretty ambitious, but let's see. If you have a win, you can walk away, man. One win and walk away. That's if you're sized correctly, that's pretty phenomenal. Being able to take one trade a day. I'm typically not that way, one trade a day, but if you have a model that works that way and you're sized correctly, and you can make your cash on one trade, man, that's a pretty stress-free day. Not a terribly huge fan. It's not picking up quickly. Might have some business at lower prices. Deeper pullback, potentially. Let's see. Yeah, to me, I'll tell you the challenge for me, like with the one trade per day situation, is like taking one loss and then like quitting for the day is like, man, like I feel like there's so many opportunities, throughout the day. Today, like the big opportunity obviously was going long at the open. But, if you were looking for the balance here, this is another really good one. But I just feel like if you stop looking at the charts and you stop taking trades after one, at least for me, it feels like I'm not giving it my all, even though that could be counterintuitive. Two losses, I think sounds better than walking away after one win. I don't know. But there are also times where like if I take a good trade in the morning and it's a really good one, like I have enough experience to know that one good trade will probably be my highest P&L for the day. Yep. Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it too, Adam. I might just close this out and wait for 12 p.m. or something. This is kind of, I don't know, not doing what I wanted it to do. So I'm going to close that. I'll probably wait. It's not looking clear. Like it's looking like this could just, do something really dumb, like this. I don't know. Either way, what I'm seeing right now is that like we're having bursts of volume and then no follow through. So I'm not a fan of that. I'm gonna chill. We got news in what, 23 minutes. Yo, Adam, didn't Call of Duty 7 beta just start? Yeah, Max. So, the guy I really like, which is Fabio Valentini. You've seen his videos before. Oh, look at this workout now. That's really awesome. Fabio Valentini. You've watched him before, and one of the things he does is he uses, and I'm not quite sure like exactly how he calculates it, but he will have his set risk for the day, and then once he starts winning, he will only use, his winnings to risk for the day. And so, like, I think what he does is something along the lines of, like, you take a win. Now, let's say you're $500 up. Now you pocket 250, and then you only risk 250 or something like that. And then if you win that one, then you can risk more, but only half of what you gain, something like that. All right, how about this? Since we're sitting here waiting for Price to show us something, looking like we might still go long, but I don't know. I'm not loving this. Why don't we go ahead and do that? Do the giveaway. Cupid, are you here? I should probably like let everybody know, but I don't know. I guess if they're not on, the odds of you guys winning is better. So let's see. I think it's got to be between y'all anyway, just because Ben has kind of been jerking off with his own tears lately, and hasn't been trading, so he won't be in the running. It's between, I think, you guys. All right, so I'm gonna go. Let's go with a random name picker. Wheel of names. Let's go Max. Adam. Cupid. All right, you mofos ready? You guys got a 33% chance of winning. All right, here we go. Well, shit. All right, Cupid. He's not even on here. Yeah, good odds, man, but all right. Well, guess I better tell Cupid. Or should we redo it since Cupid's not here? Yeah, Cupid's not here, so maybe we need to redo it. I thought he was. Yeah, we can. We'll give Cupid like. You think it's cool? All right. If you guys are cool with it, then I'm cool with it. All right, cool. I'll message him. Next time I'll announce it whenever I'm gonna do it. No, you know what? I'm gonna make the executive decision and give it to one of you guys since you're here. That's just the way it's gonna go today. I'm gonna give it to one of you guys. All right, so we're gonna redo this shit. Y'all ready? Here we go. I'm gonna redo this shit. Oh, damn. All right, Max. All right, Max, just shoot me over your email. Yeah, I guess Keefe needs a helmet. That's all good, man. Enjoy it, and then report back on how you're liking it and stuff. You might still. So I don't think they've released the new version, but I know it's coming soon. So you might have the old interface, but in any case, yo, what's up, Haya Thompson 4? What's going on? So you might have the old interface, but it's still good. So send me your email, Max. Also, a good thing about yeah, you can check it tomorrow. A good thing about the futures desk too is you get resets for like cheap. So let's say you buy like with this $200 credit and make sure you use my discount too, Max, because you'll have a $200 credit, and then if you use my discount, right, you'll get more bang for your buck. But then, so let's say you use that $200 credit to get an account. If you fail that account, I think resets are like 60 bucks or something instead of like whatever the 200 is. So anyway, you'll get oh, you messaged me on X. Okay, cool. The new interface is I think it was supposed to be out this week at some point, but I'm not sure if that got pushed back or what. All right, cool. That email should be coming to you pretty soon. Gosh, man, I'm just unfortunately struggling to catch these longs. Yeah, man, they're really good. Check it out, and then see how you like it. Adam, I'll see if I can get you an account next time. Adam's struggling right now, and so it'd be cool to at least get you one of these accounts that you can work on. See if you can chip away at it. Hiya, Thompson. No, that's okay. Thank you, though. I appreciate the offer. Nice. All right, Max, it should be in your inbox already. We are so close to these all-time highs here. Basically 20 points away. I mean, you notice what the pattern is, right? That we tap the all-time highs and then we come back in to the range. We tap it and then we come back in. We tap it and we come back in. So I don't know if we should be expecting anything different than that. Tapping this high and then coming back down. Right around here. Let me get exact with it. Yeah, it's pretty exact right there. All right, we got 4.5 minutes to news. Sounds good, Max. Kind of an ugly trend, you know. This is pretty nice. This started to get a little ugly. I mean, we're clearly seeing there's a bias here. But hopping on board, like here, this is the ideal entry here. And what happened here? I was long here, right? I was long and I got stopped out because I didn't want it coming below this candle because I wanted this to use this as protection. So my stop was, let's see, about 2 points too shallow. Dropping my stop, I think, to about 185 would have made sense. It's beyond the midpoint of this gap. That would have made sense, and I could have held. Probably wouldn't have, but could have. Yeah, I was in like basically right here. I got in at 25,179 long. Yeah, I was in here and then I trailed my stop up to here and got stopped out for like a $79 win or something right here. I took this trade up here, closed up here. Can't remember if I went short down here, but I was in long here. I basically just needed to have a stop that was looser, and then I could have at least taken it up to here. Yeah, in hindsight, let the trade work. But when I'm coming out of drawdown, sometimes I just like to protect my position. And when you're using order flow like this, the logic is that you're going to be protected by this. But what I should have done is just given it a little bit more room, and I still could have been break even on it. This might be coming down to this area here. Man, I got to come up with some copyright-free playlists. Yep. I don't think this was bad trade management. I think it was just too tight. This little cluster up here is, I don't know, what's going on here is a little interesting. So, okay, we got FOMC minutes. Looking like we're doing a pullback at least. We got all-time highs up here. Are we going to stop short and start dumping from here? Or are we going to squeeze this area and pop to all-time highs? Looking likely that we squeeze. I don't know. Looking pretty weak. Reaching the top of this candle looked promising, like we were going to go break this. But it's looking like we're rejecting pretty hard from up here. Oh. My time is off, huh? It's at 2 p.m. Eastern time. I don't know why my Forex Factory keeps doing that. This happened the last time we had FOMC meeting minutes. I was 2 hours off. Let's see. Oh, no? Yeah, it's at 2 p.m. Son of a bitch. Okay, yeah, we got 2 hours. Yep. Yep. I just double checked. No, I use Forex Factory. But I'll check that out. Word, copy that, man. Okay, cool, man. Sounds good. I feel like this area got me a little shaky or a little hesitant to go long, but that's clearly what's going on right now. I'm watching this area. Watching to see if we get rejected here again, because up here we got rejected. Kind of thinking we could, similar to what we did here, come back down to this area right here. And if so, probably trigger a buy for me. Right now we're seeing that rejection happen up top here, and it's making me want to go short, but I'm getting burned on the shorts, so I'm gonna stay out of it. And if we get a nice pullback here, I'll take a long. Otherwise, we're gonna be breaking out, hitting all-time highs, and then we'll sort of reanalyze what happens up here. Yo, Maxi there. Lots and lots of buying happening. Just anticipating lots of squeezing. Taking a scalp here, mainly because of this. When I see these double orders happening, we're seeing pretty significant reactions out of it. I'll put my buy stop just above it. Obviously going against the grain again. I'm taking the opportunities that I see. This could be the start of this move that comes down here. Seeing some struggling happening. Show you what I'm looking at over here. Looking like this could squeeze. Really what I was liking about this was the cluster of orders, plus over here, if you look, we just had essentially these big orders clustered right here. Same thing as this, but we're seeing it right here. Pretty aggressive, and then price moved away from it pretty quickly. So I was anticipating that this is going to reject from this area and start making that move down. But looking like we still have some buying momentum. Could potentially squeeze this to all-time highs. That's why I keep risk really tight around here. Still getting some absorption up there, but we'll see if it's enough to keep price lower. Looking like this wants to pop. When you look previously at these kind of big buy, big sells happening at the same time. You can see prices rejecting pretty nicely off of these, kind of providing pivot points. Yeah, not liking the look of it so far either. We're still getting some absorption up here, but it's looking like it's relentless. Usually when it's relentless like that, it looks basically it looks like it's gonna squeeze and pop up to all-time highs. This candle can stay sort of below this 25,266. At least maybe just keep the body of the candle below it. That's ideal. Yeah, it's looking still not looking good. Yeah, when this is happening, it's like the short move that I'm thinking is gonna happen is getting blown out. So all-time highs up here. Let's see what's up. I just looking like this buying is not stopping. All right, so we just tapped all-time highs. And what I was wanting to do is short all-time highs, because that's what we're seeing, is that it comes back into the range after tapping all-time highs. Keep risk pretty tight on this, obviously, because we could have an explosive move up if this fails. And this might take multiple tries, and that's okay for me. If this comes back up, breaks this high again, I can try it again and just keep my risk tight. Looking like we finally have some selling coming through. And we are below the 5-minute point of control over here. We're below here. Let's see if we can continue essentially creating these ceilings with high volume. This area right here is, you know, the next kind of point of contention. Can we start digging into this? I'll put this a little lower so it's not an L. Looking like it's going to get hit. And then this target is probably going to be down here if we can start moving down. Might not be done yet. So if we take a look, if we go look left on the chart, let's go back to, I guess, yesterday, right? Let's just take a look at what happened. We had a pretty big fall, then a consolidation, and then it continued down. This happened pre-market. But I think the timing of these moves was a little flipped because we have been running up overnight and then dropping during the day or right at the open. Here we drove up today during the day. So maybe this drop doesn't happen until either, you know, the end of the day, which is kind of coming up on right now. Not the end of the day, but sorry, the afternoon session, or potentially overnight. Maybe that's when we drop. The big drop. Who knows? Basically just basing that off of what's been happening, you know, running up, then dropping, running up, then dropping. It's been doing that over and over and over for the past like week. Okay, so I like what's going on here so far. Now we're going to hit this gap, and now here we're going to have our first real test. I might consider sizing up here in a second if we keep getting this evidence that we're going to continue going down, which you can see it looks like it. Price comes up, then price gets pushed down. I'll go ahead and add here. Probably just going to go break even on this as well. I'd like to see this melt and not return to this price area. I'd like to see it come down here and then potentially do a pullback up into this area. If this comes back to my price right now without melting through this, it tells me we're probably going to keep going higher. So it coming back up to here would have been a nice add as well. I could have added right there. But let's watch for now, and then if we get if we melt through this and then we get a pull back up into this area, I might add at that point. But right now, I'm just going to chill. Looking to target down here. Conservative profit taking would take half off, like basically right here. But I think this is going lower. So I'm gonna hold. Now you see this kind of ladder that we're creating. This is what I want to be watching. I want to be watching these light blue, you know, point of controls for these 5-minute candles. And I want to see, if we do break above this level, then we have this level to watch. And if we break above this level, then break above this level, that's no good. And that's basically where my stop is. 266. Yeah, basically right here. Obviously, I want to take profit before any of that takes place. So I'm just analyzing what's happening here, you know, looking at the levels on the chart. Am I seeing a potential problem? This area right now is going to be the area I'm watching for a pullback to. Looks like it at least thus far, hasn't been able to make it back up here yet. If it does make it up here, might consider adding to my position. We've had consistent selling, but if you notice, we haven't had any big sellers step in. That's also just a little bit concerning. So we have selling happening, but we just don't have a ton of big participants selling. Which could be an indication that this is just going to be a pullback and we're going to continue long. Now, for me, it's about analyzing it candle by candle, making sure that I get a good exit, and this doesn't like kind of surprise take me out before I can take profit. But, you know, I would feel a hell of a lot better if we had some protection on the sell side, if we had big sellers stepping in, which we don't have yet. And we might not get. This might just be kind of market maker participation to drive price down, and then we might continue going up. Exactly what I'm thinking, Max. Reject, bitch. Was hoping that this would be like, you know, too weak to make it back up here, but it's looking like we might have a potential kind of bear flag. We'll see. Being too weak to make it back up there is ideal. And then kind of a quick flush down to this area. Might put this down here and then put my first target here and then second target down here. Just in case it starts moving quickly through here. If it doesn't, I'll trail my stop. and not give it a lot of room, I'll start clamping down on my exit. Here again, I want to be watching these areas, right? If we start popping up aggressively above this 25251, it's going to start being a little concerning. And then I'm watching this next level, which is pretty big gap. I want to make sure that price continues to stay below these areas. Relatively. If we bounce up here and then come back down, that's okay. But for the most part, I want to see these levels being respected. Now you see we got a pretty big, significant, well, it's not that big actually. But as I'm seeing, as I start seeing orders, heavy orders come in at the bottom of the candle, I want to be just aware that we could start getting absorption. So heavy covering down here at the low, or heavy selling down at the low and price not moving a lot from that area is going to start tipping me off that we got some hidden buyers down here, or some passive buyers. Everything looking good so far. Nothing super concerning. You see we're above this level now. Let's see if we get up to 25251, how do we react up here? So really, if I'm being, conservative here, I would probably put my stop above here. If I'm wanting to trail it, I can probably move this down to here. Give it a little bit of wiggle room above this area, but not a lot, because if it starts exploding upwards, I don't want this reversing all the way on me. Still looking good. But you can see down here, we do have some heavy sell orders over here that we haven't busted through yet. Okay, here we're coming back up to this area. Let's see, do we reject? Looking likely that we do. Struggling a little bit. So right here, we're watching. Is this the area we're going to reject from? If we push up above this, probably just want to stop out. Now, obviously, there's a case to be made that, I could put my stop way up here, at break even, or even up here, and just hold through all of this. We're also going against the trend, the dominant trend. So if this does start picking up buying momentum, I don't want to be a part of it anymore. Looking like we're struggling a little bit. I could kind of see this going either way at this point. I could see it popping pretty quickly, taking me out, or rejecting from here and going back down. But right now it's looking like we got increased buyer interest. So we're kind of, watching this level pretty carefully. If it pops this area, we'll be out, and I'll be okay with that trade. $25,251, kind of, I guess, 25,254. Yep, that's the area. My stop is basically exactly where I want it to be for invalidation. Looking like it's gonna get taken here. Kind of gaining a foothold. No big orders. That's the other thing that's concerning me a little bit, Max. Right? So like, if we had big orders protecting this area, I'd feel a lot better about this. Right now, if it starts moving up, it could move up quickly. This is like, no big orders is telling me that there's not aggressive selling happening. We have continuous selling happening, and it looks a lot more like, market maker orders, basically lowering the ask is what it looks like to me, but no aggressive selling happening, from large participants, which tells me, we might just be in for a retracement, and then maybe big buyers step back in. So carefully managing this position with that context. Right here, also, you think about it this way. If you try and get at the height right here where, it was supposed to hold, right here, 25,251, 25,251 here, could also be kind of an aggressive add, because I got my stop trailed pretty aggressively right here. Adding right here would only, for whatever additional contracts I put on, would only offer 4 points of risk, with an additional, let's say 15 points of profit. So this also would have been a decent add right here, especially considering I trailed my stop pretty aggressively. But it was looking iffy right here. Looking like we got a decent shot at flushing. Yeah, I'm not planning on adding. This would have been a potential add, but it was looking a little iffy. I'm just gonna kind of let what I got working right now work out. I think there's a good possibility this first target gets hit, and if that gets hit, then I'll trail my stop. There we go. Come on. All right, so over here, I'm starting to see these you know, point of controls for these 5-minute candles settling on the bottom side of these candles. Now, you can look at it a couple different ways. It's like, okay, well, we clearly have some passive buying happening down here, but we also have quite a bit of selling happening. So it looks like, you know, we're going to keep hammering through this lower wall until it gets broken, which it looks like it just did. Now we have this little cluster here. While it's not huge orders, it's you know, significant that we kind of stopped here and started moving back up. Now we have these two, you know, we rejected from this. Now we are potentially rejecting from this. This one again is going to be the big one. We just want to, we don't want to see this getting too far away from these areas. Because you can see how this could potentially be a reversal here. After pulling back from this low right here, it probably wouldn't have been a bad idea to close half the position here after breaking through it. Because now you can see we've rejected twice from this area. Want to make sure we're not building a floor here. Coming back below these point of controls now. See if we can push through this. Oh shit. You got an interview? Did you get to chat with him or did you miss the call? All right, so you see how like we're kind of, it looks like we could potentially be building a floor here for price to move from. Not a terribly huge fan of that right now, and I'm at the risk of closing early. I might scale out a little bit, or half. Let's see if we can push through these areas real quick. I'll like it more, but if we keep bouncing up from this low here, I'm not gonna like it. Took half off. I'm not liking that we kind of swept this low, came back in, and now we're having all this drama down here from the bottom. Yeah, I'm not a terribly huge fan of that either, Max. We got no large participants pushing this price down. It does look like we're gonna hit some sort of lower objective, but we're not doing it with ease. It looks like this is very fragile, because at any moment we could just bounce. Go ahead and take that off. You know, we weren't getting a ton of follow through down here, and I just wasn't feeling like holding it. Looks like for an interview, fuck yeah, dude. That's what's up, Adam. Hell yeah, brother. Congrats, dude. You're gonna kill it on that interview. Let me know if you need help prepping for it. All right, so looks like we still got this move that is going to continue to happen, maybe just at a snail's pace. We come back into this area. Again, what I'm going to be looking for is a potential long entry from here. You can see we don't have a ton, you know, we have consistent selling, not large selling. First red bubble here. It's a 15 pre-screening on the phone. Nice, dude. Dude, as long as you get your foot in the door, you just got to take every opportunity you get to crush it. So if it's a phone interview, Zoom, whatever it is, just make sure you're prepared and you crush it. So tell ChatGPT what the job title is and make sure it preps you with good questions to ask, as well as some potential questions they might ask you. Since it's entry level, you probably don't need to get too heavy with it, but you know, they're going to want to see that you have, you know, motivation, drive, you're personable because you're going to be talking on the phone with people, and you have the instinct of a salesperson. Yeah, that's cool. I would treat that as, you know, an interview as well. It's a pre-interview interview. All right, we're down in this gap here. So I'm looking for a potential long. We'll go ahead and take it. I'll give it a little room to work. All right, same thing going on here. I'm analyzing these areas, but now I want to see it push through these. 25248 will be a big one. Could see this coming back down, creating a new low. Down here, I got a wide enough stop to where I think I'm covered if it does create a new low, and then bounce from that area. Looking like we still got some selling. Looks like we got unfinished business down here. Turtle trading today. Looks like I'm early on this. We got another hour for news. Nice, brother. Do that shit. Hell yeah. That's exciting, bro. I don't love this right here. Let's fucking go, buddy. Get that shit. You gotta blow their socks off, man. Be really prepared for that interview. It's gotta be personable. You gotta, seem like you're a sharp dude that's got a lot of ambition and you're good with people. That's gonna be the main thing for that job. They're gonna want to know that you're gonna be an honest, good, hard worker, but you're good with people. Dude, hell yeah, man. You get to keep doing what you're doing and then, make some extra money at the end of your session. So if you have a shitty day, you can make up for it. Sounds ideal, dude. Hell yeah, dude. Okay, so now we can see right here, this is that cluster I was watching, 25247 or 248. Getting above this, let's see if we can hold and keep pushing. This one right here, 25251, that's where I had my stop loss. Right around there, right above it. This is a key level as well. Oh yeah. Go. Hold. All right. Is this another ceiling that we created here? I'm gonna switch to the Delta candle so you guys can see what I'm looking at. Essentially, you can see this imbalance of orders, not a huge amount, but looks like we swept up here and now we're remaining below this 25252. I want to see this decisively move away from this area. Gotta change this music. I'm gonna change. I'm gonna go to a different. Here, well, I can play art list. Looking like this is a breakout of this level. Yo, have a nice flight, Max. Have a good one, man. Hopefully see you tomorrow or chat with you tomorrow. I'll post my my P&L at the end of the day. Hopefully I can get this green. Yeah, take care, man. That's what I'm talking about, Adam. Nice work, dude. Yeah, like I said, I don't think anything, you know, if you can get a hold of her or whatever and just tell her you're excited about the interview, probably wouldn't hurt. Might not be necessary with her since you actually have your shot at, it might be a follow-up, you know, like after you have your phone interview, follow up with her and shoot her an email and say, hey, I really appreciate the time. Looking forward to, you know, the opportunity to work with Comcast, and, you know, same thing that you said to Homeboy, like, you know, would love to have the opportunity to show you that, to, you know, to prove that I could be, you know, one of your best hires of 2025, and however you want to word it, but I think that would probably be a good follow-up. You know, you have the interview and then you follow up as a nice, like, thank you for your time. People love being thanked for their time. Yep, I think the follow-up's the move there, man. Okay, cool. If this comes back down, I'm probably going to close out. Take a break even on this. All right, let me check that out. I'm going to mute myself so I can listen to this and it doesn't show up on the stream. Give me one sec. Oh, okay. Nice, dude. So they actually got your email that you sent. That's phenomenal, right? That little extra step, you know, that you take, it will get you noticed. My question is, I already self-booked myself. Should I call her back to tell her I did that, or is that implied with the message? Dude, I would go. I would call her back. I would call her back, and I would tell her like, hey, just wanted to let you know I took a look at your availability or whatever, and I got it pre-scheduled, and it's an opportunity to chat with her to show you that you're personable. And again, say, you know, I would reiterate, you know, I'm really excited about this opportunity and look forward to chatting with you. Is there anything I can do to prepare for the interview? That's what I would say. Yeah, looking like this is a really tough area to break. But that stupid, like it's so lame, the slippage. I hate it showing up as a small loss when I put it as a break even. But yeah, man, definitely give her a call. You already booked, but you want to let her know. Thank her for giving you a call back. Say, hey, thank you so much for the call back. I went ahead and scheduled myself for Monday. And I'm really excited to chat with you about the opportunity. And if there's anything that I can do to prepare for the interview, please let me know. And just basically be the most bubbly version of yourself while you're on the phone. And, you know, so that, you know, as you're speaking, your enthusiasm bleeds through. Basically, you want to sound like you just had like 5 cups of coffee when you're talking to her. She's going to pick up and you're going to be like, whatever her name is. Eva, whatever, Eva. She's going to pick up the phone and it's like, hey, Ava, you know, this is Adam Schaefer. You just called me. I went ahead and scheduled, you know, the interview for Monday, but, you know, just wanted to thank you for giving me a call back and let you know that I'm really excited about the opportunity. And if there's anything I can do to prepare for the interview, please let me know. I would love to take some time over the weekend to make sure I am prepared. Yeah, dude. Enthusiasm, positivity. Like, you gotta be the dude, you know? You gotta be the dude. Tap into that energy, bro. It's easy. Tap into it. Like, before you hop on that that call, do some meditating, like feel grateful for the opportunity, do all the Joe Dispenza stuff, be amped about it, dude. Like this is an opportunity for you to really kind of shift the trajectory of your life, and you know, your enthusiasm, the way you speak should reflect that. Dude, I can totally see that. Trading will beat you up. Yeah, dude. Give her a call right now. I would. The sooner you call her back, the better. You wanna be like hyper responsive. And then let me know how it goes, dude. We're getting right up here to this 252 level. This is the level I'm watching. Like, can we finally break over this level or no? We're gonna chop around in this range. Make me pull my hair out. Hmm. Okay, so you think that call went well? I have an actual interview on October 20th at 10 a.m. She said it really is customer based as sales based. Okay, cool. Nice. So you got an interview on October 20th, but what about this Monday? Do you still have to do that, or is she letting you skip that, or what? My bad. I meant not customer service, super based, more sales. Not customer service, super based, more sales based. Cool. That works. Getting sales experience, I think, is, in my opinion, probably going to be more valuable. So what you just did was supposed to be Monday, but she said someone just canceled and asked if I wanted to do the screening now. Nice, dude. Yeah. So yeah, of course it went well. If you got the next step, that's just like in sales. Like that's your goal. Get to the next step. So you got to the next step, dude. That's the shit. Hell yeah. That's a win, dude. Now you're one step closer to getting it. That interview is like, you know, your final step, dude. I'm gonna go ahead and close this long. So like, you know, like what you just did is an example of like this whole process, right? Like she gave me tips too, like using the STAR method. Only issue is just from catching the atmosphere on the phone. They're looking for people who had sold. You really have not, but that email thing, yeah, dude, hell yeah, dude. So yeah, they might be looking for people that can sell, but if you can display that you can sell, and if you know that up front, then preface it with like, look, I don't have sales experience. I'm looking to get into it, and I think I would be a really good fit, and here's why. You got to have all those answers really dialed in. And like, what's going on? She mentioned some lady saw Dave's email. Fuck yeah, dude, that's what I'm talking about. So you see like these little like you calling her back immediately instead of just rescheduling got you the opportunity to basically get the interview dialed in, like locked in, instead of waiting until next Monday, and then who knows when you would be able to schedule the interview. So it's like taking the initiative to do these steps will, yeah, fuck yeah, dude, you're very welcome. Taking these additional steps, you know, call her back, thanking her, got you the interview. The email that you sent to Dave was like, that's a step in the right direction. All these things start stacking up cards in your favor. Yeah, bro. Just, you know, I'm happy to fucking help because I've been in this position. I've looked, you know, I used to be in sales. I used to do technology sales. I used to actually do, well, when I was in Houston, I actually sold for a company called Logix that did, you know, business to business, broadband sales. So I was slinging like T1s to buildings and shit. So I've been in your exact position before. The only difference was I didn't do inbound sales. I did outbound sales, which can be a little more brutal, you know, but once you get inside sales, experience, you can move to an outside sales position. outside sales is going to be the higher paying one, but first get your experience. Yeah, dude. I've got tons of tips for sales. You know, it's what I used to do. So I'm happy to give you tons of tips, dude. Like once you get the job, we'll get into like how I can help you by developing like a sales cadence plan. Yeah. Google the STAR method. So again, the next step you want to get in, you want to work on is how do I pass the interview phase? So chat with ChatGPT, start talking about like I have an interview, tell it what your position is, tell it you want it to prepare you as if, you know, it's the interviewer and you're the interviewee, and you know, you want to be as prepared for it as possible. But now you got up until the 20th to prepare for it, right? You got 12 days. How would I dress? Dude, I would dress to impress. I would put on a suit. No one's ever going to tell. I mean, if somebody tells you, oh, you could have dressed business casual or whatever, cool, whatever. But overdress. Dress for the position you want to have, not the position you have. So, yeah, I would wear a suit, man. Wear a suit, look sharp as fuck. Look like you're professional and you care. And honestly, that's the way it should be with any professional environment. Like, overdress. The only time you don't want to overdress is like if you're going to an event with your girl and she's going to be dressed casual or something. But nobody's ever going to like fault you for overdressing and over preparing for an interview. You want to look like the $1 million man, even if you're negative in your bank account. And I'll tell you what, dude. There are a couple sales books that, like, if you want to read beforehand, you know, one is called Think and Grow Rich, and then I would also read How to Win Friends and Influence People. And in your interview process, mention those books, because most salespeople have read those books and they like those books and they respect those books. So here, I'm gonna put it right here. How to Win Friends and Influence People. Get that book. The other book. Let me take a look on Amazon real quick and see like some sales books that I read back in the day. How to Win Friends and Influence People is a must. Like you got to read that book, and then, you know, tell the person interviewing you, if it's that lady again, in preparation for the, like, that's ammunition that you have for your lack of sales experience. Say, look, you know, I know that you guys are looking for experienced salespeople. In preparation for this interview, you know, I read how to Win Friends and Influence People. And you'll be able to quote off some of the things they talk about in the book. And it's a great book. And the person interviewing you should know this book. It's a classic. Nice. You know, one of the questions they'll probably ask you is, you know, what makes you feel like you're qualified for this position? And you're gonna instead of backpedaling, you know, when you're answering that, you want to be on the offensive and say, here are all the reasons why I'm gonna be great at this position. And these sales books are going to give you some like, some good The Challenger sale is also a really good one. There's some like Zig Ziglar's Secrets of Closing the Sale. That's probably so old, but like still a good one. Like these old sales books are still like tried and true. There's a Grant Cardone, Sell or Be Sold. I don't know. Some of these, here's my take on selling is that, Objections. That's a good one. By Jeb Blunt. Psychology of Selling. There are tons of sales books, and here's my take on it. You're gonna have some salespeople that have a methodology of basically like bullying people into the sale. That's not my style. And that's not what I like. I don't like bullying people into a sale. I like logically leading people to the conclusion that selling them, whatever it is you're selling them, is going to be best for them and best for their business. And so that's one of the things you're going to have to kind of decipher is like, what is your sales style going to be? And you have to adopt it, and you have to see the logic behind it, because there are a lot of assholes in sales that do really well because they bully people. And that's not my style. My style is like to kind of handhold the customer until it makes the most logical sense for them to make that decision. Now, the difficult part about that is you still got to put pressure on them, because in sales, you're going to have people that just put you off. And it's like, what you have to do is you got to be able to guide them to an answer, whether it's a yes or no, because it's a waste of time to chase after sales that aren't going to happen. So that means that you have to basically figure out who's going to shit and who's going to get off the pot. Like, you've got to be able to identify those people so that when you're not chasing cold leads. You're not trying to tell your sales manager that, this person's gonna buy, and then you chase it for like 3 months and they don't do shit and you waste a bunch of time. So the point is that like those people who bully people, they're effective at sales because they're good at getting a yes out of somebody. You have to do that one way or another. You've got to get a yes. You got to get answers. So like, even if you are like the non-aggressive, you've got to be aggressive in certain ways. But if you are the type that's not going to bully people, you still have to be stern. You still have to hold your ground. You still have to, like, when you're negotiating price and things like that, you still have to hold your ground. You can't be a pussy, basically, is what it comes down to. So, in any case, I would start with How to Win Friends and Influence People. Go on Amazon, check it out. And then I would read some other books like The Challenger Sale or whatever else. Think and Grow Rich is one. And so I would check out some of those books so that you have something to reference in your interview. We got FOMC minutes coming up in 13 minutes. Looking like this isn't going short, unfortunately. Looking weak, but looks like we were just sitting here absorbing. Yeah, let me look it up real quick. Probably an upselling method. Situation, task, action, result. Situation, describe the context or scenario you were in. Okay, task, explain the specific task. Okay, I got you. Okay, so this is basically saying like they're going to ask you about some challenges that you've had in your past. um, and how you overcame them. So you're going to want to prepare. I would have a few different scenarios where you were faced with a challenge and you were able to overcome it. I would probably, use your YouTube experience in that situation. You're gonna know best how to do it, but essentially they're gonna want to know, like, okay, in your previous jobs, can you tell me about a situation that was a challenge and how you were able to get through it? Okay, copy that. Looking like we had, buyers sitting here. Damn it, I was about to enter long. Son of a bitch. I think we could still get a push. Continue push up. It doesn't matter if like when they're asking you about these situations, they're not going to ask you about selling or they're going to understand that you have limited selling experience. And so what they're going to ask you, they're trying to figure out, like, are you a problem solver? So ask ChatGPT to, like, give you an example STAR method answer. If like just a made up example, unrelated, like that would be applicable to a sales interview, but unrelated to sales if you don't have sales experience. Yep, there you go. So that's something you want to write down, that you want to say in your interview. You're very coachable. You're a fast learner. You're a solutions guy. When you find a problem, it's like you're relentless until you get a good solution. So yeah, so STAR method, for instance, like I can give an example. At my nightclub, our variable compensation, was extremely high. So what I did was came up with a tip pool structure that allowed the tipping to be split between all of the VIP service people, so that money didn't have to come out of the company's pocket. It could be split between the VIP team without essentially making people disgruntled, because the way I structured it. And what I did was I structured a tip pool where it was based on the amount. Basically, I changed the labor to where the people that were helping the girls sell stuff, like the bussers and all that stuff, they had a more strenuous labor or task list for the day. And then based on how much the girls sold, paired with the person that was helping them bus and get bottles and things like that, they would get rated on a score of 1 to 10. And based on that score, plus the amount of sales that were done by the girls, they would then split the tip and then be happy with it, as opposed to additional compensation coming out of the company's pocket. So the situation was that we needed more compensation, but I didn't want it to come out of the company's pocket. The task was to analyze how we could potentially figure out how these additional employees could get compensated. The action was I sat there on a spreadsheet and developed a labor based tip pool that would work. And the result was I had happy employees because I implemented this and people were getting paid more, but it wasn't coming out of the company's pocket. That would be an example. Man, is this reversing now? This is so annoying. Looking like it. man, I just don't know if I have a ton of faith that we're not going to get held up and then just keep going for higher highs. Hmm. All right, 25,290. See, are we about to bust this? Looking like we could. Making a run for it. Yeah, I was trying to. I was thinking we got rejected up here. We're gonna go short, and then we just kind of hovered around here. So I think we could break out of this area. I mean, we're at all-time highs. And the MO for all-time highs has been go up, drop down, go up, drop down, break all-time highs, then drop down. But I don't know. This might be the one that acts a little differently. You know, we might have a lot of squeezing to go through. So if that's the case, then you know, might be best to wait for that to happen. Mm. I'm looking like I'm getting shaken out either direction I choose. I'd like to short this, but shorting at the bottom of this range has stopped me out twice. $25,280. This is an area I'm going to be watching for rejection. If we can come up here, I might try and take a short close to up here. Let me take a stab. Let's see what's up. This area right here is highly contested. Taking a look at the delta. I want it to stay under this area right here. Still looks like it's a possibility we're coiling up to break this high. It's been annoying to take any trades out of this area because I tried to take it long and it comes back, pulls back deep, 20 point pullback. Looks like it's getting above this area I was watching. That's no bueno. This is my second area of defense right here. Also, looks like we could just have some congestion up here. All right. Well, short's not working. Long's not working. Shit's congested. Now my short's working. Potentially. This is one of those times where it's like, man, I'm getting chopped up all day, and there will probably be a redemption move. It's just whether or not I have the ammunition to take it. You know what I mean? Sucks coming off of those losses last night in my other accounts, and then this account's red too. I was hoping I could get at least a nice redemption green in my two accounts I'm trading right now. Actually, this $37 doesn't count. That's a sim account. That I accidentally took I got my futures desk account copy trading off of this negative 713. Well, it's still looking tricky. It's still looking congested. Nothing clean yet. All-time highs. I mean, you got your all-time high break and then retest down here. I'm gonna try one more time on this short. Still not getting away from this high very quickly. What's up, Coda? You a good boy? Hey. Hey. We're gonna go on a one-wheel ride today, okay? Oh. Yeah. We're gonna go on a one-wheel ride today, okay, bud? Yeah. That's a good boy. Not right now. We'll go in a little bit. We'll go in a little bit. This is looking like it wants to break again. I don't know. I'm taking stabs because I want to make some progress on this thing, and I don't want to miss the redemption move. But the redemption move maybe doesn't happen for another hour and 15 minutes. Well, you had this right here. You had a break right here and then a retest down here. You're looking for this area to break right here? This consolidation area right here? But at the same time, it's 12 minutes away from my cutoff time. Will most likely be cash. Frenchie, yes, not ES. Yeah, I mean, I'm getting chopped up to little bits right now. I'm trying to short this shit. So, I need to quit it. Yeah, and Q already did.
12:55. Let's see. Yeah, that looks like the move right there. Breaking all-time highs. I was looking short because I'm an idiot. I was looking for it to break all-time highs and then sink down because that's what we've been doing. Every time we break all-time highs, we poke up and then we go boom, we drop. That's what I was looking for. God, it just looks like the squeezing is not going to stop. I think we could have a break here soon. Another break. Definitely envious of everybody who just took it long and held today. Yo, just read your message. Yeah, that seems feasible, especially having something lined up, right? I mean, that's a big thing. You got something lined up. Yeah. What kind of sentiment do your parents have right now, considering your situation and what your plan is? What how are they feeling about it? Are they kind of cheering you on, or are they annoyed, or what? Just wondering, like, your current situation, are they like being supportive? Are they annoyed, like frustrated, or just like cheering you on, Yeah, if you ask for a loan and then, just I'm sure you've talked to them about your current situation. And you're still planning on like moving in with them, right? They're worried. Copy that. I might have missed one of the messages or something. Let me see. Look like we're gonna have a short squeeze happening soon. You would have to stay here 2 more months, pay all my expenses, and if then move, also pay the termination fee and other stuff. So are you gonna? Almost makes me just want to stay there. Yeah, man. Totally get that. You're basically gonna have to pay more to move out. It might make sense just to stay there until your lease is up. And then just... Yeah, thanks. Yeah, stay until your lease is up, and then whenever you're supposed to renew, you just don't. Yeah. Dude, I bet it feels good to start to make some progress, heading in the right direction, to take care of some of those, you know, the money problems you got. Like, you made some good progress, man. Got an interview lined up. Now you just got to ace that shit. They usually say if you got it right there, or typically a bit after. I guess it depends. I've had it happen both ways. What I would probably do is at the end of your interview, I would ask them. You ask them when can you expect to know if you're going to be joining the team, something like that. Man, I'd like to be sized up in this if this is the move. I don't know that it is the move. It might be a little fake move. Looking like we got some buying happening down here. Looks like this could bounce. 25,290. Don't want to see it go above here. Not looking like it's dumping just yet. It looks like at least we're on the right side of the trade for the time being. Do you have a Kindle? Ah, look at this thing. Looks like it might go take these highs. A Kindle or an iPad, I guess. If that's the case, you can just order the Kindle version of those books. They're a little cheaper. Oh, nice, dude. That's what's up. Think and Grow Rich. Cool. It's kind of a manifestation type of book. Pretty much all the sales jobs I've ever had, though, want you to read that book. Looking like it might not be ready to dump yet, unfortunately. I've had a lot of these trades today where it just comes back and takes my stop. Oh. I thought Dale Carnegie was the Think and Grow Rich, but I guess I'm mistaken. Yep. Think and Grow Rich is, How to Win Friends and Influence People. I think one of the best books, one of the best like self-help type of books out there. This is looking, I don't know, a little challenging for longs here, or sorry, for shorts here. Looking like we might push. This is annoying. Who's going to be in the most pain? It's going to be these people who are shorting up here, probably, including me. Looking like this might be the candle that starts it. I'll put my stop down here. Wick just appears out of nowhere. It's going higher. Oh boy, I think I gotta stop. This is kind of just grinding away, and I can't find a way to get on it on the long side apparently. So probably gonna close it up. Take an L for the day. Come back tomorrow. If this works out, great. If not, it'll probably be my last one. But I think I'm gonna close up the stream, brother. I'll catch you tomorrow, dude, and I'll keep you posted. If this trade would work out, that would be great. If not, I'm just gonna close it up and take my L for the day. My luck off stream usually is like I close the stream and then finally I get the nice trade I want. All right. Well, yeah, if anybody's out there, then I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm going to close up the stream. Unfortunately, kind of a shitty day for me, getting paper cut to death. A lot of it obviously coming from trying to short this thing and having to do damage control, trying to do tight stops and just getting stopped out, paper cut, time after time again. The move really would have been to take this long right here. This is like the best setup I saw of the day, unless you were able to take this long right here. This long right here would have been the move for today. You hold it and you're sitting pretty. Instead, you know, I'm thinking, oh well, now I got to catch it after all-time highs and short it, and those just aren't having any luck so far. So, in any case, hopefully this works out. Maybe one last trade for the day, but other than that, I'm just going to take the L, and hopefully we can come back tomorrow, get some wins. So, I'm going to close up the stream. I'll catch you guys later. Peace out.